Ugh, okay. Okay. The hell you doing, Tara? Whatever. What? Come on. All right. So, before I get started, Winnie, I'm guessing that was you that followed me about 35 minutes ago. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sven, are you still watching the stream? I don't know if she's watching it or okay. So yesterday's stream was a little short. I also was not expecting my wife to get off about half an hour earlier, so yesterday either. So start back off. Yesterday we started with starting to fill some of this out and then noticing how everything changed and then correcting it as it went along. While my wife was making dinner last night, I did sneak back on. Stupid guy. Shush you. You want to see something stupid? Let me. She's laying on a plastic bag and playing with the paper that keeps blowing in her. Sarah, what are you doing? All right. But I did come on here and fill a little bit out, mainly messing around with the link stuff. But I think about it all night. But I think I'm going to get rid of that line right there. I am putting another line right here, but I want to see what that line looks first. I want it to be the header. Not what I had planned. I'll have to go in here. Got this. Hopefully it doesn't. Finn, are you guys like bored today? Have much going on at work today? I'm gonna try and set up default for this size of screen. So, not like in between here, but from this right side. I just looks like it's off by a little bit. I don't think it. Unless somebody's just like very like about that. How to resize that. Should be it. Kind of hoping it's gonna. I just. Shit's in good. That should make it. Not really. Clicking on things. Yeah, sure. If I was alibis, but I'm actually fine with good without putting space in between. Yes, I could always like throw these section over section. Let's try that. Let's just call it section shoot section. Get rid of. should. That's actually kind of space. Smaller. Crazy thing is, I'm gonna try auto. Okay. Looks like 25% would be the. Percent. I like the 2%. That way it has like right here more centered. I got stuff. Telling me I'm ready for Windows 11, which I actually like Windows. After I'm done doing all this today, I already went ahead and made me a folder with all the software for Windows 11. So as soon as I make the switch, so as soon as I make the dang on switch, it'll I have all the software first. I can just purge all my old software and install the new one. See here. Ooh, section. Let's looks like five. Not like I want some spacing. I don't want like a lot of it. That's better than. Oh yeah. Shoot. I see my wife has left. So that's the only reason why she was calling me stupid guy and I wasn't about it because usually she just calls me stupid asshole. Man, this screen is like really bright. Whew. I need to really get me a dark mode going. This bright screen just whites me out. That's just lighting for my monitor, guys. If I switch over to, well, if I switch over to distance, it's all dark mode. Makes the lighting normal. As soon as I click over this, it's whoa, white out. Just like outside with all that bright sun and snow. Okay, now if anybody's curious, I'm literally like copying. I'm not gonna read. I may reread it on here and be like, man, this sounds so stupid. Change it. That being, I'm gonna go shrink that just for the fact that, oh, so oh my god, I didn't do it. Pops on here and goes, hey, shit looks weird. You guys hear my freaking neighbor's cars outside? I think her van, like two old ladies. No way you go. Okay, that my dick shaking. Their van's like their DOS or catalytic converter must be busted or something. That shit's freaking loud as hell for no. Damn thing acts like it's rumbling louder than my damn. I know I forgot something. So this should be. I'm gonna double check. I'm not doing this. Hopefully this. What? Oh, I is that and I. So the reason why I'm setting it up like this, because I'm about to be adding like a lot of things. Alright. Where is this going back to? That's going back to this page. Okay. What in the hell? So, maybe this is how I should have copied it. How many is that one? Whatever. Alright. Let's see here. Make me on this other screen real quick. As I add them, I can. Screening this one. Mm, yeah, I'll start from the bottom. On there, just for sake of argument. That one. That one. I don't know who this random person is. But block. I don't even know as a friend. Hmm. We're gonna go ahead and space that out. I'm only spacing out just for the sake of so I can visualize how I have things set up. Ooh, let's fact. Pretty sure they have a. Yeah, they do. I'm actually pretty. I don't use it often because I use Git Bash, but main reason is because I've been. I was taught Gradle, but I did work for a company for 3 months, and they got to learn about while I was there. Bye. I'm only spacing these out again, primarily so I can group everything in certain things, see where I'm gonna go, reorganize it or something. Oh, JavaScript few. Uh, let's see here. I just clicked off it on my. Why did I do that? anybody curious, no, I don't. I don't use I don't use Bootstrap for my front ends. I prefer to be agonizing over just straight basic Scratch stuff myself. That way I can say I did it, not I used what we got left. Spring. Got off my and put P. Oh, code igniter. I can't remember this shit happened. I don't want to just stick an OP because then it's gonna be like, well, define it. mm, okay. I'll also push this thing, or I may just leave it that wide. We're gonna place these two. That I don't like putting it, but I've seen it before and I'm familiar with it. About it. Go ahead and take this, put it out, and up to here. How's this going? All right. Got about JPA again. I don't have Notepad on here either. Actually, go ahead and get the copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Java. Oop. Jeez, I JP. I forgot to add it again. God damn. I love that. I put a space there for. Now we got lips, intelligent. But we all know the truth. No, there's not. See, so I need to create one, two, three, four. Wait, I don't have one for greater whip there. Shit. I guess not. I guess that means I get to go and redo this entire thing too. I gotta update. That'll be on the to do. But for all these, we ain't got nothing. Go ahead and remove. Tell us, hey, need to work on that. I like how it just automatically. If anybody's curious to why I'm not like linking these to like actual websites, for example, like W3 schools or anything like that, and why I'm linking it to other parts of my site, that's primarily because I want to show off like kind of things I know or how I understand it. Then where I have it set up, the reason why I want it to go shit. That's the way I want it to go. Here it's obviously I have it summarized here. I have like a screenshot to show how things. And here I have it referencing back to actual document. That's the only reason. Now, and I think I am going to leave it like this. Unless when I go to reformat everything once I'm done, when I go do the auto formatter, if it changes it up, that's fine. I'm not going to care, but just for the sake of editing and stuff, I'm going to leave it like this. Part 3. Excuse me for a second. I feel like I'm slouching. Oh. This might actually be focused. Ooh, I just felt the back. Okay, that should be a better. So here I have the entire article. Fuck. Some random ass P in here. So let's play around with this a little bit and see how it turn out. I know that's way too much. I'm just how things affecting that. That anymore since all those lines are removed. Why is that? Guess we can go to the very bottom one. That. Let's try and squish it a little bit. Too much. Let's try just 10. And what if we can target just that? Going big numbers so we can see if we can get big. Fuck no. Shit. Okay. Do padding. I didn't do shit either. That's probably not. Oh yeah, that would explain it. Maybe. Oh, I guess not. So I think it would go part 3, article A. I just hit the wrong thing. Fuck. Oh, so that is doing something. Okay. We gotta do top. Nope. Like we ain't gotta do top and bottom, do we? Shouldn't have to. Yeah, so that's not gonna do shit. Oh. Hmm. Why does this one have two bars? Have two bars? That weird one. Oh, that's why. Oh my god, can't do shit here. I didn't take up. Whatever. Leaving it. Okay. So what I want to do is make it to where there's a space so it separates. That's not working. This definitely isn't gonna work, but hey, I'm trying everything. Why doesn't that one work? I know if I put this down to one, take this out, hit this. But bluey. That's not what I. I'm gonna try something. Stand by. How much is in here? 5. What if we try and do this? Sorry, I'm itching my foot right now. Oh my god, that feels good. Play with this. I just gotta make sure I throw name grid item at least. Mm, that. Gonna be nuts. Should I put before or after? Do after. I don't know why I stuck it inside there before like an idiot. Yeah, I just noticed that. I'll be going through there and correcting that. Shit. Control V, dummy, not just V. Shit. What? Oh, did I take out? This is gonna be one hell of a test, I tell you guys. If I do it that way, maybe I should go ahead and take out these bars then. Oh my god, I got a kink in my neck. Hmm. So, also get a hot thing. But I like this. What can we bottom with this one? Throw in 5 RAM. Just I like to use big numbers, just how things turn out. Oh yes, I fucking can. Oh yes. One should be enough. Yeah. It looks so much better. I bet it's gonna look like shit though when I smaller. Yeah, just about. Just about. Whew. What if we do a margin? That make it. Would there be too much going on? I guess these two will make it cancel out, make it two. So what if we just take out the bottom? I wonder instead of it going left to right, if I should, since I have them in columns, it might be better if I just try and do everything like a Java column, a P. Damn, that sounds brilliant. Do it. I'm gonna drag this over to my other monitor so I can see how things will fit and work out. I'm just over here on this other screen putting a bunch of, well, just, I can't, fuck. What am I talking about? I can't English every day, any day. So without refreshing this page, I'm currently on my other screen. So let's go ahead and swap out. Put spring. Where you at? We're gonna remove spring. See, put it on the or Laravel. And then we're gonna put APA where HTML5 is. HTML5. Yeah, that's like way to flip down here. Like where you at? HTML5. Okay. We're gonna put timely. Let's see. The feds are ready to tackle the inflation interest rate by. Oh, so the feds are going to hike the interest rate in March. Okay. Turing 5452, thank you for the follow. How's your day going, Turing? Time Leaf is going where Maven is. PHP. Let's go ahead and refresh this now, see how things are turning out. All right, cool. Now we just gotta put PHP. First time chat. Turing. I'm great, thanks. How is yours? Uh, my neck has a hell of a kink in it, but I slept on that sucker wrong. But other than that, just enjoying some CSS, man. I did have these in the 2 lines. I couldn't figure out a space, but I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna throw it in a grid. I kind of like the grid view better. Now I'm just gonna organize this grid. My IDEs on my other monitor, so I can look at everything for reference, so I know what to replace what is what. Any plans today? HP is going about this. Oh, this is Laravel. Oh, it's right there. Uh-oh. All right. Then we need to put Laravel and CodeIgnite. Both need. Laravel needs to go where CodeIgniter is, and CodeIgniter needs to go where CSS3 is. That is a lot of work. How long have you been organizing your site? I touch up on it about once every 6 months to a year, so about once or twice a year. The last I touched up on it, I tried to touch it or do like a complete refresh. I think around sometime this year, well, around sometime around this time last year, but I never pushed it out, and then I kind of just forgot about it. But right now, see, I got laid off back in August, and since I'm going through like job application phases right now, I'm well updating it everything right now. But this page right here is completely new, and this page right here is completely new. I haven't started on that one yet. I just got that up there as a placeholder. But yeah, I figured better time than any. And I like to touch up on about once every 6 months to a year as I learn about new things here and there. Well, as I learn new things here and there, and as I grasp a better understanding of it. Like if I was to try this grid about this time last year when I was doing the refresh, I probably wouldn't have stuck yet. And if it, well, it wouldn't have stuck like I understand it now. And about a year ago, if I tried this, it would have just been like a huge, crazy mess. And I would have looked at it like, what the hell was I thinking type of deal. need to refresh this so I can see how things are. Somehow Laravel got right here. Now if I'll go ahead and set all these up. 5. 5. 5. Happens all the time with me. I'm learning. How long you been coding for? If I can pronounce this right. Sharenze? Thank you for the follow. If I mispronounce that, please yell at me in the chat. And how's your day going? Turn this music down. I think it might be loud for you guys, but my hearing sucks. Even while wearing these headsets, like this sounds like super stupid low to me. Or I hear it, but it might sound stupid low to you guys. If it's loud where I can actually hear it, well, for example, I hope I don't kill anybody's ears, but I can hear it pretty normal like this. But I bet on stream it's loud as fuck. I'm gonna turn that way down. Now, if I have it adjusted right, I think I have it down a couple decimals on. Hope that music. This 3. It needs to go where coding now. Back here. Fresh. Now I need to. Laravel. That's what I'm. Here. Jacks. Guess I could go. I went ahead and broke all these up into 5 different groups. That way, cut and place them. Spot that it. Third column is gonna. Fuck. What the hell am I thinking? I don't even know what the hell I'm thinking. You guys are probably looking at me like I'm an idiot. Shit. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. JavaScript 5. Now I want bottom Ajax. Shit, where a little bit, to be honest. I've been in and out for a couple of times. While it's interesting to me, also a bit tedious sometimes to wrap around what I do for hours until I get it. But I wasn't talking about coding exclusively, more like my experience with studying. Hey, yeah, I can understand that completely, man. Yeah, the music. So I'm listening to it on my Spotify, and this is basically just everything that I come to like. If I hear something, I'll go to it, find it on Spotify, hit like, and that's all I do is I just randomize my entire liked playlist. So it's like a little bit of like rock and metal and like anime music and gaming music. I don't know why that. How do I? Okay, what else? How do I have this? I'm gonna set it up like I'm gonna put Git where Eclipse ID is the version. Tells you side by side each other. Funny enough, I learned Git with Java. Now, my last job, they didn't use Git. Whatever reason, they did not want to switch over to Git. So they were using some other type of like so I don't remember exactly what it was called, but I think it was literally just called Subvert. Git. Subvert. So when you say that when you're like studying and stuff, are you like in school right now studying for something or what? You know what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm actually gonna. I'm gonna put TD. I was thinking about it. This is a two-part. I want to make sure I have. I don't think I have. So it'll work itself out somehow. I'm gonna put Postgres right. Oddly enough, when I was learning Java, I did learn a little bit of SQL, but my last job, I only used PHP and Hmm. kind of like had a brain fart and just like zoned out there for a second. Okay, grass. Okay, now that should be set. Y'all go ahead and put a. Nope, I'm a medical lead. Working horrible. Oof. Damn. Hopefully your hand's okay. About studying, I'm preparing for CompTIA Plus, Network Plus. Plus, I feel like I'm a bit more of a hardware person, but I'm still gonna need web dev later on. So I bought a couple Udemy courses as well. Dude, I tell you what. So that's how I started out was hardware. I've only been doing like coding stuff like the last. I got my first coding certification at a coding boot camp in 2018. But before that, strictly hardware. I only understand like the ins and out of hardware. Like 2013, I got me a computer engineering technology certification as a PC technician, and I was gonna go for like CompTIA Plus and stuff, but my first wife at the time was like, I don't want a nerd, so I skipped that at her demand. But after how things were going, and I ended up like I was probably I think making more as a security officer at the time than I would possibly as a. But then I was like, you know what? As much as I don't like, because I always had this like, when you think of a programmer, you have this stereotype where like they have like almost all this shit fucking memorized, and you have to be like really like intelligent, really smart for it. But then Pokemon Go came out, and I was in this group. Now I remember when I was going through my first certification that we actually took like a basic like I can't remember if it was like C plus or something like that, just simple like 6 month course that I needed to take for it. And that's when I was like, I don't really like fit in with this. But then my team wanted to, well, not my team, but this group I hung out with wanted a Pokemon Go server to help track down 100 Pokemon at the time before they started changing up everything. And that one, it was not set up in, but it was so easy to set up. It was like as long as you followed the instructions, if you ran into an error, Googled it. I was like, this isn't too bad. And I got it up and running. And then about fall 2017, I found out there was I'm in Ohio. So there's a coding boot camp here in Ohio called We Can Code It. And they're actually certified enough through both like the state and everything to where even like VA, like I'm not sure if you're an American or not, but if you're an American, you might understand what I'm talking about with the VA. But even like they had accredited this coding boot camp to where they accepted like the post 9/11 GI Bill and other stuff like that. So I was like, fuck it. I applied for it, did their interview. The VA took the last bit of my post 9/11 GI Bill. I went through that coding boot camp, and it was like 14 weeks, and it focused on full stack with Java and stuff as a back end, and then tying it all in with the front end and stuff. And up in Canada, okay. So the VA for Veterans Affairs, that's basically like the group, the federal government group outside the U.S. military that helps out with military veterans. I sit for 4 years in the Marine, so I got my college benefits and everything through them, like any other service member, American service member would. And yeah, I went through it, and it's actually not that bad. And even some of the professional developers I've met, they don't have everything memorized. They literally Google fucking everything. And I've met a couple where even if they use the same thing over and over and they've picked up on certain things, they'll have like sticky notes, like posted at the bottom of their monitors or on their desk or on the side of their workstations and stuff. My coding boot camp, yeah, it was an amazing course. Here, I'll drag this over here. That's where I learned to do all this stuff. They start you out slow, and I actually plan on doing some future streams where I'm gonna rewrite all these programs, and I'm gonna do it like live here on Twitch and get them posted up over on YouTube and whatnot. But it starts out slow. It starts out with something simple. So like it teaches you like a little fortune telling game. Then it teaches you how to make a like one of those like Tamagotchi pets, whatever. So you start out with making like one virtual pet. Then it upgrades to multiples of them. Then it upgrades to multiples with different variants. For like, and that's what we did for like 4 weeks in my coding boot camp. Then they started tying in the front end, teaching us like HTML and CSS, as well as some XML to tie it all in together to pull the back end and tie it to the front end. And it was something simple. Then they introduced to making us our first, like, this is what my very first personal website started out as. It was just a single page crammed with a bunch of information. Like that, this is exactly what it looked like back in 2018, all those like years ago when I very first started out. But that one's never gonna change. That will always stay like. And then we went from here to really tying everything in and making it like links, categories, all kinds of crazy shit. Then they introduced us some JavaScript a little. Then my website turned out to look like this. The reason why it's like this is because this was also what we were used to being graded on. So we had to have like buttons and like some picture side scrollers and whatnot, and it was a crazy time. And it just all just tied in. Then like in my coding boot camp, I went to the very last for when I was going through at the time. Very last thing was a group project where it was me and all my classmates right here, and then we all had. Then the team leader was always an instructor, so no one had to like feel that type of pressure or help with any type of like student drama that could develop because this was like a 3 4 week long project of all of us together trying to divvy up the work between us all, and it was a fun time. And then here's when I went through my website the first time updating it. What was the harder part projects you have to show a site to put projects on? Can you reward that? Like for some reason my brain's having a hard time comprehending. What was the harder part project? Like talking about this part right here, this section. Back to that. Projects or a site that you have to organize projects on. Oh, that was this site. Like it was this site from the very beginning. So they taught us how to go on GitHub and create the free website that they host for free. And I pretty much use this. Okay, so GitHub right here, not right. Just click on one. The GitHub right here is hosting all my repositories for all my projects that I've created. But it has all of these down here. So like, here's like my Hello World, and here's FizzBuzz from where I first learned about PDD and testing. Here's that fortune teller website project. There's the virtual Pets and Muck website. I mean project, virtual pet, the review. So like here's like all everything. Those are all hosted on here. And then I created this page so I could visually show everything. Does that answer your question if I understood it right? That should be. I get it. Thanks. Spring 2018 on a site, so experience. Yeah, man. It's it's been like a little bit of experience of everything. So like I learned Java and everything associated with Java, and that was 14 weeks. And then my work for the last about 2.5 years was all PHP and SQL. But it was for me personally, it was more on the SQL side, and then the databases and everything, with fixing minor bugs in PHP, as well as like entering emails and writing up reports through emails and phones from like what people were complaining about. So basically, like writing up a report, locating what they said was broken, trying to recreate what was broken, and whether I could or could not recreate it. Go back into the PHP code, find everything associated with it as well. Everything that's connected to it. Write it all up and kind of like triaging it, whatever, and then sending it on up to my seniors. That came in as a Java developer, knew nothing about PHP. They taught me the basics of PHP so I could help them out with some. And JavaScript, I'm familiar with it. Like I'm familiar with these three. It's just this is part of my weaker side. For like the last like three years, etc. Yeah, it's been a mixture of learning a little bit of everything. We're gonna put Eclipse where Maven is. Well, 4 years. I'm still in 2021. Hey, I get it. I have a friend who sticks to PHP since high school and never read it. And when now he is, yeah, there's good money in coding too. For example, back in 2018, I graduated from there. Several of my classmates, no coding experience beforehand, like zilch. Some of them got hired on with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank after within 3 or 4 months after getting their certificate. So like no college background or anything, just this 14-week coding program, and they went to J.P. Morgan Chase. And I think they all started out at 65,000 a year, and then also I believe several of them within those first 3 4 months as well after getting that certificate went to I think it was like Nationwide Insurance, U.S. And I think they all started around about 55, 60,000 a year as well. And all they got was that basic 14-week coding certificate. So it's like if you can find a coding boot camp, like if someone wants to get into coding, change up their career, find a coding boot camp that has a well-known accreditations, a well-known like background that also helps with job placements. Oh man, like talk about starting to improve your life. Don't really need to go to college for it. And that's the only reason why I'm not going to college no more is because, well, I'm not sure how it is in Canada or any place else in the world, but I'm not gonna go for a degree and waste extra money to pay for a bunch of worthless classes I don't need for just a stupid piece of paper. And then a lot of those you can't just take the core classes because you need this stupid class as a prerequisite to get to that core class just so they can take your money. So I was like, fuck it, certification. I'll never rag on anybody that goes to college or anything. They earn that shit if they get degrees. But I wouldn't do it just to get that sheet of paper that says, "Hey, I took these core classes," and then have to waste a bunch of money on shit classes I don't need. Oh shit, they were like right on top of each other. IntelliJ, the LJ was spit. The version with piece. I'm gonna put replace get with subline text. I was thinking about doing get and subversion, but I think I'll put those over here. Tools together. So yeah, get with. Yeah, this is a problem, but boot camps proposed by the same university, and they ask about 10,000 Canadian for the camp without any help to find a job. Can't say all for Canada, but this is what I see in Quebec. Man, if they're not really helping with job placement, that kind of blows. Because like for the one I went through, not only do they help out with job placements, but like I think I'm not sure how they're structured nowadays since it's been a couple years. But when I was going through it, we had like a dedicated for I don't remember exactly, but for shits and giggles and examples, let's say be every Tuesday between like 1 p.m. after so like right after lunch, so 1 p.m. to maybe 1:30 or 2 o'clock, so like maybe 30 minutes to an hour. And it'd be basically like, all right, guys, um, I need all of you to have a resume to turn it in for next week. But here's what I want you guys to style it up. And like they'll talk about like resumes and resume building and stuff like that. And be like half an hour for an hour, example, just discussing it and answering people's questions and stuff about what we should have on a resume and how it should be structured. The difference between like a technical resume compared to just like a regular work resume. Their uh, point of view as a recruiter to looking for like candidates through resumes and stuff like that. And then they also, so like with my coding bootcamp, they also actually had something called a demo day where they would have potential employers and recruiters, whether they were like tech recruiters for like a temp agency type deal. So like a tech temp agency that deals with, like direct to hire, contract to hire, or just contractors. They would have their recruiters there. Then they would also have recruiters from actual businesses like I think Nationwide and JP Morgan Chase Bank would have a recruiter directly, like their recruiters directly at our demo days, just so they could see how the boot camp has been teaching their students and what kind of demos they come out with, and then that way, like some people they get like jobs like right there on the spot, or they're like, hey, I like what you guys did. What part did you take in that demo? Cool. Do you have a resume? Can you give it to me? Or if you don't got one, can you email it to me at this? They literally help you with job placement. Quick question about resume. Is it the same for every state or different? For US states, I would say it's the same because I've also been applying for remote jobs and I use my same resume for every US state. Like, I'm not, say, for example, I'm in the state of Ohio. Um, I've applied for jobs over down in Florida, Texas, California. As much as I hate that damn state, California, I won't relocate there to work for a job, but I'll accept a job from there to work remotely. But everything's pretty much standard throughout the U.S. And then it all really comes down to like recruiters and stuff too. Like they may be like, "Hey, I can help you look for a job, but you need this on a resume." Then another recruiter be like, you don't need to have that on the resume. Go ahead and remove that and send me a copy of that one." So there's really like no standard for on how a resume should be templated, but they do try to make it standard. Like if you're gonna have, okay, for example, um, on PDF, my resume is 3 pages. It runs into 2 pages. Then my third page is basically work references. So, like work references aside, they won't be added onto this digital resume, but on my PDF that I have, it's 2 pages long, and it goes into like it literally talks about all this stuff. It has this set up. Like this is like literal instruction of my personal resume, and it's kind of set up towards the technical side, like projects for coding. I have my military experience in there. My and then technical experience would be like my places of employment, and places of employment are only tech related employment. Like I used to have like that used to be so much longer. I had like 5, 6 different like security places on there, even like as a correction officer and whatnot. But she was like, remove all that stuff because that's not tech related. Unless you were a security officer doing tech related stuff, remove it all. So it's gone. It's removed. And then if I was going to be doing, if I was wanting to get back into security work, I would remove the technical stuff and make it more oriented towards like security work. Hope that makes sense. Okay, a bit different question. If you need to send a resume for a full stack position, okay to show all the other knowledge or not? I was to say, right here would be a good example, man. Because like for recruiters, yeah, there's like a like I think like a almost like a 5 second delay. But yeah, like even for example, let me see here. Let me see if I can find a good example. If you go on Indeed.com and look for like developer roles and stuff, they'll have like experience and skills, and they'll have like multiple things listed out of this. See, like they have HTML, Java, no JavaScript, CSS. School Legend. Hi, bud. How is my favorite streamer doing? Hey, man. How you doing? I'm not sure how your favorite streamer is doing. Are you liking those the mod stuff? Is it completely different than what you were used to? Yes, blow my mind. Well, would you like to stay listed as a moderator, or is it gonna be too much for you? Okay. Okay. I was having a brain fart, so yeah, I need to remove Git and find sub. My eye is drying out, guys, so I'm probably gonna be rubbing my eye a lot. I feel like I just want to go downstairs and face underneath the faucet. Here it is. I'll try to hide something. Stream. Well, Sir Skull Legend, I'm not sure how long you've been there or not, but so far we're down to my technical inventory section, and it was only setting up similar to this right here. I couldn't get it to space out. So, can you see the info? What info are you talking about? But this section is tied up into a grid, so it's a five rows by 5 columns. Leads. Stand by. I'll show you what I see. Talking about these things right here. I think that was like one of the first things I tried to. I don't think I could see the same things you could see. So well, I'm just throwing everything everywhere. If I was to look at my stream itself on here, I have all this. I have this. About page. Why does reading that out of me? You got English PC programming web dev. Yeah. The English PC programming web dev and IRL. I think the English. Oh, so you can edit like the tags and stuff. That's cool. Oh, before I forget, Sir Skull Legend, are you on Discord at all? Are you logged in? I came across a streamer earlier that you might find interest in. He teaches JavaScript live, it seems, on Twitch. And he provides, so when I was watching his stream, he does it through Free Code Camp. And I guess he's using the work directly through Free Code Camp so he can send you the link to the exact same problem that he's working on. And he goes through everything one by one, teaching people JavaScript that way. So if anybody wants to learn JavaScript, and they want to follow along as he's explaining things, you can do it with him. And if you get stuck on anything, then you can message him in his chat, and he will help you and help you figure it out and correct it. So I threw the information up on the general chat and tagged you in it, just in case you might be interested in that, man. I could have swore, I'm pretty sure it was you that said something about having an interest in JavaScript. And then the reason why I was wanting to double check to see how you liked about the Twitch mod stuff was so I could also go ahead and give you a Twitch moderator role. Now that shouldn't have anything to do with like my Discord moderation stuff. I don't think I have it set up like that, but that's just to show that you're listed as as one of my Twitch moderators. Okay, we're about done with this setup right here. Crazy part is, wait till I have to do a smaller screen. All this shit's gonna be all like, ah. That's gonna be fun. Oh my god. The other day when you gone to sleep. Hmm? What? Okay. We're gonna replace Gradle with Maven. Maven with I cashed up with an I catched up with an OG. Watch. How was that? I added them on Steam. I'll properly play with them. Damn, I didn't do anything right. Nah, you ain't gotta add it, man. Cause I say fuck a lot. The way I see it, it'll be so moderation wise, the things I kind of want to look out for is I don't really care if people cuss, as long as they're like not directly cussing at somebody. For example, like I don't want somebody like in the chat like directly like trying to cuss me out or directly trying to cuss somebody else out. Like, let's say if somebody joined the chat and they were just trolling and they were all like, "F you, Sir Skull Legend. You're nothing but a P and a C and blah blah blah, whatever." That's like the kind of things I don't want. You know, does that make sense? Now, if it's like slur words, then like as you can probably see in the moderation, like I have like the N word obviously blanked out. I try to think. I think I may have tried to have thought of a couple other different slur words to blank out as well, but yeah, yeah, I really don't know how to explain that. That makes sense. It was confusing as hell for me the way I explained it. Oh, people want to say like, "Hey, your stream sucks." Sticks and stones would break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Now, if they're all just trolling, like they're on here, like, okay, for example, if someone comes on here and says, "Man, your stream sucks. You don't know dog shit about programming, and I've watched your gaming videos. You're a sucky streamer. You're a sucky player." Time out, and then like give them like a warning, and it's like they keep coming back and they just keep doing it, just straight up ban. Oh yeah. Let's see. Get needs. Wasn't that just right where I had it? God damn it. Wait, no. No, no, no. I'm thinking of. I don't know what I'm thinking, guys. My mind's going poof. Let's see. Get my mind in the game. Okay, Gradle. The hell's Gradle? You have done it for a long time. You. Yeah, I've only been doing this since October 17th of 2021, so I haven't came across any trolls. But I know for like I think only the last couple or so weeks, I didn't realize, but I had the security settings up like really high for chat. And I literally had it for that you could only chat if you had both email verification and phone verification. I went ahead and toned those down a bit because I figured if somebody wasn't following and if they wanted to chat and then they seen the verification and stuff, they probably were like, "Well, you're too strict," and probably just didn't follow me for that reason. So I went ahead and that was gnarly. My screen kind of just went black there for a second. Let's see. AMD software detected a driver timeout has occurred on your system. Issue report crash created, not crashed. Issue report has been created. That can be software. Would you like to report issue? Sure. Can I send it without filling out stuff? God damn it. I guess we're not sending it. Switch up their perms. Yeah, I did see where they just recently added like a ban thing. So if like I think if some people start getting banned in like lots of channels, it puts them like on I think like on a permanent ban list, so they can't like. have people watch for a minute. Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna be too strict. Like, if you go on my about me and look at my rules, you'll you'll see it's pretty relaxed. But if people like don't want to listen to me or you or any future moderators, and they keep wanting to do something that violates the rules or whatever, fuck it, we'll just ban them. Also, my rules, they're kind of like guidelines. We can let some things slide. Like, I have don't type in all caps. That's just because there's people that like to come in. All they like to do is type in all caps for some damn reason. It's so annoying at times. But if someone's like, say, if I'm like playing a game or if we're doing something coding, we have like a breakthrough in the code and we finally got through something and we're like celebrating because we finally figured it out and people are like wanting to do all caps and shit, that's completely fine. Where if, say, if I'm playing a game, um, we're like, oh my god, I just got a fucking sweet ass shot, or maybe, damn, I just had a brain fart. Oh, or maybe we just had like an intense like round and we actually won or came so close to winning, and where everybody's like tapping, like talking about it in caps or whatever, real quick, just for that scenario. Yeah, we can let it slide. Like, I'm not gonna be too strict. Have to go for now. Good luck with the site update. See you later. Hey, Turing, thanks for stopping by, man. I saw that you joined the Discord as well. Feel free to chat in there too, man. If you got any questions, leave it in there, or you can like ping me directly in my Discord. I always have my Discord up on my computer, even when I'm not streaming. So, but yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good day, evening. That's back to the way. We're gonna put Gradle. Thanks, I will. Good luck. Hey, again, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. It. All right. I guess I could leave it like this. That would be fine. I kind of want to move these two up and put this at the very bottom. So let's put, shall get, where did I just, oh cool, they're all pretty much it. Now we're going to look for the version. Yeah. Yeah, I got two 27 inch. So, for example, let me put this right here. I'll spread this all the way across. Obviously, it's going to cut it in half. So this is what my site will look like if I was to spread it across both monitors at once. And I recommend something you could line the page out on its side. Yeah, so the reason why I'm doing it like this is I was doing it like this, but I don't want this to be my default view. I want, so this right here is my, yeah, the entire full size of my screen. I'm gonna have this be default because it's a 4K 27-inch monitor. So once I start scaling it down, it'll be easier for me to scale down because then I'll pull it up and show you. Dev tools. So as I start to scale things down, I can use this for reference for the width sizes. And it'll just be easier for me to start making adjustments. For example, like, see, this changes on the fly. So I can just grab it right here and just change. So when I go to start editing this, so it'd be like full screen. Then I can like start shrinking it. And then when it gets to a point where shit starts to break, I can like try to find the maximum and the minimum width before it starts changing again. Start making adjustments. If I wanted to start sliding it freely like this, everything will just work in coherent with each other. Or working. Or is that even the right word? It'll just work together correctly, hopefully. Yeah, I know some people like to do it from. I hit the wrong button again. Like, they'll just do it from this view right here. And then they'll start making adjustments as it gets bigger. I kind of just like doing it backwards, I guess. It's like my mind understands it this way. Oh, so okay, like yesterday. Okay, not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. I don't know if was you on the stream on Monday. So on Monday, I wrote it up like this. It was side by side. I wrote up the entire project with all these fillers and everything. I wrote it up just like this, side by side. It's only through this type of where I'm filling in with the actual information and doing on the go edits am I doing it like this. It okay, man, took almost 3 hours just doing these two sections. Talking. That's not bad. Okay. forward. Thank you, thank you. I'll go ahead and clean this up. Yeah, man. Like, I kind of envy all those people that can just sit here and just do on the keyboard and drive through fucking everything. God, I'm so slow. So slow. What's probably taking me like hours should probably take like a very, very experienced person with a good memory, like 30 minutes, I bet. And then what I just did, probably not even that. Quick, making sure none of them are like emails or anything, jobs, etc. All right, this one. Paste these out for edit. Search dot. Back down. Hey, hey. I wonder if I should remove that underline, just leave it as like a ooh, I know it's throwing me off. I got this. All right, now let's check it out. Ah, that's better. Yeah, I'll just leave this as the link itself. Now we'll go over here. Oh my god, my neck. 1 second. Okay. Next one. Test. What you testing? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you can use other people's emotes and stuff in the chat. Is it really? Wait, is there a bunch of different globals? Huh. I never knew about the globals. Interesting. I'm losing my train of thought. I don't even remember. God damn, yeah, yeah, it is. It just changed it up a lot. I don't even think this force even exists. I think it's changed. I know a long time ago they were discussing about revamping their entire. I probably got super lucky with that. Hmm. I thought there was something. Oh, here's what I'm. Okay, yeah, I only had to put it. Spot it looks. So experiment time. I put this. Why doesn't it work? Air it out. You know what that is? Chrome 69 plus, Firefox 50 plus, Safari 11 plus, Edge 79 plus. That is. In terms of what exactly? Is that like performance and stuff? Their feature across the top browser. Uh, Not a clue, man. I'm guessing that's under. Who's they? Trying to embed Zoom. You're talking about this right here? Wait, did you reach out for help somewhere and they told you to go to Zoom on this link right here to figure it out? Let me skim over this real quick. Someone asked the same question. What's the component view? Client view. Okay, what is getting started button. Oh, okay. So I think as long as you read through all this, go down here and click the getting started. It looks like it's going to guide you through actually putting it on because this looks like the coding for it, for everything that you'll most likely need. You generate a signature, more coding, even provides the variations. Node, PHP, Python, well, Python 3 and 2, Java and C Sharp. Quickly generate a signature web SD. Check out the signature sample app or deploy the signature Roku. Ooh, what does this do? Let's check it out. Shit. So much for a sample thing. After clicking the deploy to Heroku button, to your JWT API key and API, then click deploy the app. Okay. Once your app is deployed, make a post request to your Heroku URL with the following request body: meeting number or webinar number, role one for host. Then it shows you what information to put. Using component view. I'm guessing you're trying to get your site to have it some I can't English. Something similar to this, right? Where it's up on a page and you got the Zoom meeting. Is that what you're trying to do? Then it shows here's all the supported features. Importing the SD, importing okay, import via npm, import via CDN. Next step meetings. Oh yeah, dude, everything's like right there that you need. You just got to read through all those things step by step. Okay. Once you get it set up and you think you have it to where you need to test it, message me in Discord and I'll help you test it to see if anything works, see what works and what doesn't work. But so back to your original question, um, Chrome 69 plus, Firefox, Fire and Edge and all that. That's pretty much just showing you on that site, from what I glanced at anyways, everything that's available and not available. Maybe once I reach affiliate, I'll try and see if I can get me like a double high fives thing going on. I'll have to figure all that stuff out once I get to that point. All right, projects. Oh, wait, we never got this to work, did we? responsive. Not defined. That's not. Okay, let's go take a look. So, oh, I see what's going on now. Wait, the fuck? It ain't defined. It's in there. The hell is this damn thing? Yeah, buddy. I'm not sure if you saw it, but when you did the high five, that's kind of why I went like this. I kind of knew what you were talking about. What, these? Console, crash. But, fuck ain't you working? Works there too. Dollar sign. Shit it. Something. Oh, I did add a couple more commands. Where let me see if I can pronounce his name without seeing. I'm gonna try to remember it the best of my ability. Yesterday, I think it was pronounced Abhishek. When he was asking about my website, why I didn't have a command for it. I didn't think about putting one because it's all under the about me. So I just went ahead and stuck it. Went ahead and just said screw it. Put them all on his commands too, just in case people don't like to look at the about me. They can just go ahead and do the commands. I really want to know why this is. Oh, maybe that's a pin. Oh, hey, Sir Skull Legend. If you ever see the user by the name of Susan2589, she's talking shit to me or whatever, you can ignore her. That would be my wife. Or it should be her anyway. I know she changed her username recently. Something like that. So yeah, if you see any users comes in the chat, calls me like I'm stupid or anything, that's most likely her. So if she ever does anything that's like bad or whatever, I'll be the one to ban her. But English is also not her first language either, so she'll probably just stick to what she's used to saying to me and just calls me stupid man all the time. You can ban the bot. Well, let's not ban the bot. Yeah, that I think it's Stream Elements, and I think there's another bot, but let's not ban those two. Now, for all the bots that are in the chat, if I knew which ones exactly were bots, I would probably try and find those ones, ban those ones, but I don't know how to tell who's a bot and who's not a bot. So everybody stays. Man, I feel like I'm missing something. Like, this is the exact same code used for all my other pages. Model to work. It has the my image. Oh, double check something. Most likely, yeah. Because her Vietnamese name is Thuyen. So a lot of people think it sounds like Susan, so they call her Susan. If you're able to look at the chat from earlier today, you will see where she was in here and she was calling me stupid. She does nails. She's a nail technician, and she gets bored sometimes. I'm just trying to look, make sure I don't got nothing else called my image. I could see that causing like a conflict of. To which I do not. Wonder if I can get her to talk. Leanne, are you there? Are you out there watching? Oh, conflict of interest. This could be what's causing it. I put it in there twice? Not think about it? Now those errors went. Okay. Why? Why don't you want to work? See. Back up to the. Make sure we have the right stuff. Okay. Why does. Shit, I hit the wrong button. Yep. Still keeps going back to that. Yeah, it works here. There's the literally named. Why isn't it? I figured it out. I know what it's talking about. I grabbed every link, but I forgot to grab the J. Son of a bitch. I do be forgetting about that one sometimes. Okay, now it's gonna. The fucker. Okay. So now we're gonna move on. Next part. See, I could have swore I had everything correctly, like input, and I just forgot a whole entire damn link. I do have one more I want to. This one isn't gonna have an image. Oops. But if it messes it up so bad to where I will need, and I'll go fetch an image. Whatever. Shit, I better make sure I'm going to. Let's see. Which is more correct? Michael owned a donkey. Michael owned a donkey. Telling us. Well, if you're using past tense, you're going to use the word owned. But if you use the word owned, that just sounds really weird. And you're going to need to put an S on the end of it. Or Michael owns a donkey if he still currently owns it. Yeah, because it's like depending on how you're going to use it. So if it's past tense for the past, like he had a donkey and then whether it died or sold off or some shit, then you're going to use owned as in ed. Because like, so if I was to explain like this to my wife with the words, because like I've said before, she's Vietnamese, so I would explain it to her as Michael owned a donkey, as in he had the donkey and got rid of it, or if Michael still has the donkey, I would tell her Michael owns a donkey. Or if Michael was beside me and she was with me, I would ask him in like a question like, Michael, do you still own that donkey? No, we're not gonna put it there. Put it here. No, we're just gonna call it Owen. Owens that JP. So Michael is properly dead. So is Michael also past tense as well? Then you wouldn't have to say Michael is properly dead. All you have to say is Michael died. Or yeah, you just have to say Michael has died. Or not even Michael is died, just Michael died. God, making my head hurt trying to think about that. Sure, this is the. Oh, yep. Oh, I bet it has. It's JPEG, not JPG. I guess I should route it the too, huh? So it was JPG. There we go. What are you doing on my bed, Tara? I hear you over there scratching. Now we move on to project. Jesus. Okay, come on, come here. Come on. She hasn't been on the stream yet today, so I think she wants to get on. Want me to pay? Don't hit your head on the damn table. Shit. I need my hand. Stop biting. I went all over my hand. Get what I'm doing. Project. Tara. But hopefully that microphone's not too loud the way she's trying to push us off my head right now. I bet if my wife's watching, she's gonna be jealous as hell because these two are always fighting. Like me and my wife would be laying in bed together and stuff, and the next thing you know, my cat comes and starts attacking her until she moves. Or like, say if my wife's arms like laying across my chest or something, my cat would like literally go over and like start clawing at her arm and hand or biting on it until she moves it. She'll come and like lay on my chest to guard me from it. It's the funniest shit. Now your hair's like all over my nose. I see my one buddy's not on stream no more. Wonder when Monkey got off. I was thinking of that. Doesn't bother you with though? No, it doesn't bother me. It's just sometimes like the small pieces of hair will get off and like break off and like be around my nose. But no, she doesn't bother me at all. She pretty much so she's like I found her when she's about 2, 3 months old behind my headlight in my engine compartment. And she was like I said, she's only 2 or 3, but I always like to wear hoodies everywhere. I carried her in my hood ever since she was that small. So she's always like right here on my shoulder or on this shoulder. And when she was a lot younger, she would always be inside the hood. Look, I even got like here. I'll see if I can get this show up on stream. Come here. Get over it. Come on. Go. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's this one. I don't know if you can see it clearly or not, but where's it at on here? That was her a long time ago. When I was out playing Pokemon Go. This was dated November 2016. And we were just out playing Pokemon together, and this person with our newspaper was like, "Hey, can I write a small story about you and your cat?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, I don't care. I mean, it's weird, but I don't care." I've just never framed it because I live in a rental house, and once I get my credit better and whatnot, I plan on buying me a house, and then I'm gonna frame it, hang it up on a wall. Not the only time I've been in a newspaper. I've been in the military newspaper before too. That one I think can actually be found online though. I'm not famous. I'm not. I'm just an average guy that had a cat in his hoodie that ended up in a newspaper. That was it. So for this first one, it was also something silly. We had this little event thing. I can't remember if it was in Kuwait or Iraq, but you know how like a bunch of celebrities are always visiting like U.S. military troops or the coalition forces, like when we was at war with like Iraq, Afghanistan, and stuff. So there's these one celebrities for this one show. I can't, for the sake of me, remember what it was even called, but I took a picture with them and got like a signed autograph from them and everything. And my name got mentioned in like a little like military newspaper article clip on that too, like an excerpt with my given opinion of it. So it was just like silly stuff. I don't know why I'm typing this. Oh Jesus, that just scared the hell out of me. Bo Daniels, thank you for the follow. How you been doing, man? I have a buddy working on me a Twitch logo, and once I get And once I get everything situated with that, I plan to actually create like my theme and Twitch panels around that logo. So losing my train of thought now because Monkey's messaging me. Hey, Skull Legend, what's the follower count at now? Dude, 50? That is sweet. And this right before I went on stream too, it showed that my average concurrent viewers was at 2.91. So nice. Maybe today's stream, after today's stream, I might actually be able to reach affiliate. That'd be sweet. Definitely big shout out to everybody who followed me today. I appreciate everybody. Yeah, man, that's gonna be that'd be fantastic if everything updates pretty good. I'll be pretty excited. I'll be really excited. It took about a half a day when I hit 50. Yeah, I usually hear that well, now that I have the follower count, I'm not sure what my average views is for today, but if I'm at 2.91 when it updated about this afternoon, then damn, hopefully today will be enough to give me that extra point 0.9. Or wait, 0.09. Hopefully it'll be enough to give me that 0.09. I don't know, dude. Might have like almost 130, 140 some hours for the last 30 days. Almost 150 hours, I think. So time will tell. Time will tell. Oh man, I just realized I put that in the wrong spot. Okay. This Shit. Hmm? Base. Okay, there we go. God, stop fucking here. Four, 7, 8. Ten. Let's see. Have this J unit 5. Yeah, that's gonna make shit, ain't it? Thinking about something. Yeah, J unit 5. J unit. Damn it, that's gonna give me an even number too. It's gonna fuck with my shit. Am I gonna have to redo my grid again? Damn it. We're leaving it off. I have a nice 5x5 grid on there. I'm not messing with it. Shit. Pending. You know what? Yes, you're just gonna reference away. Go grab that sucker. A unit 5. You're good to go, man. Okay. Third one on the list. Fourth one on the list. Next one is 5. This one is gonna, next one's gonna be JavaScript. What your website called? GitHub. Did I add my GitHub on here? No, no, I didn't. My GitHub is on my About Me though. I need to add that. And my GitHub can also be found on my website. You know what? Let's fix that on the fly. Yeah, if you go into the projects, if you click on any of the projects, it'll take you to that exact repository. But yeah, I didn't add one, did I? Let's just go ahead and fix that. Should just be git.com/. Yeah. Shit. Are you talking about this? Yeah. I don't claim this one here as a personal project. This here is an exercise. That teaches you how to do TDD and how to test Java. So it's there primarily for my own personal self, so I can remember how. I also have another one that teaches another different type of another different type of testing called my mock testing. That one should be under here too, under the entire repository, if it's still up. I may have to go find it. I might not have access to it anymore. But this should now work. Yep, that works. Okay. Java script. That's what I go by. It's a nickname. I don't use it for anything professional or anything like that. Even when I'm working, I don't go by Willie. It's also to kind of help try and throw people off. I think I just had this list. Oh, 0.5. I think that's it. I'll go ahead and minimize this. Throw this over here on this screen. Lower this up over here and refresh. Of course I did that. So it goes up here, but I put it all down here. Well, that's fine because this is going to be the first iteration of this project and it's pretty much the same damn thing. Whoops. I don't know why. Why didn't I notice that? Okay, there we go. Take a break, take a Kit Kat. Man, I probably do need to, but I'm gonna stay on till my wife gets off work. I'm gonna stay on as long as I can because I did not drive her to work today. She drove herself. And if she's watching still, now she's gonna know why. So I didn't want to end my stream early. Yeah, it still shows her in the chat. She's probably gonna come home and yell at me. Oh shit. Yeah. This is actually gonna That's still gonna say Pet One. I don't know why that says Pet One or why that's even named. What the hell is Pet One? Oh, that's what Pet. We're gonna rename this one to as a placeholder. Oh, that's why I put it the Pet One instead of Image One. Yeah, man. I think I've seen all the way up to season 11. I think I have to start season 12. I absolutely love that show. And I would love to show my wife this show, but just seeing blood, even her own blood, makes her want to faint. And then, like, if she sees any type of blood or gore, like zombies and shit, or anything that's scary to her, especially for her, she'll literally be like that type that freaks out, screams, and like try and hide into me and yell at me to change the channel. Are you talking about Sword Art Online? That's the only thing I know by SOA is Sword Art Online. Oh, Sons of Anarchy. I've seen like an episode here and there. I think my mom used to watch it. I don't watch too many like movies or anything. I watch a shit ton of anime. And if you're wondering how much anime I watch, I wonder if I should make me that a link as well. Dude, I have okay on that site. I don't even remember all the animes I watched growing up because I tried to go through that site when I first found it, try and like complete all the ones I've seen before. And I'm not even talking about the stuff that used to pop up on like Adult Swim or anything like that on Cartoon Network or whatever. But like all the ones I used to watch with my dad from like blockbuster movies and shit, I can't remember them all. So just the ones I remember and all the seasons I've been watching myself that I think I might like, I've completed 469 different fucking animes, and I've dropped 104 for whatever reason. I plan to watch 25 of them. I have 14 on hold because they're probably the ones I was watching and then lost interest in. I'll just revisit it sometime when I feel like it. And then I have it set to currently watching 16 different ones right now. I watch a lot of anime. And then since my wife's not an anime person, she's Vietnamese, she likes watching her K dramas. Uh, I need to go down to this one. This one should be fine now. Double check. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care if that's image broken because I don't even have an image for it yet. This one's gonna be on dot ENG. Delete, 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 delete. Ooh, yeah. Alts. Bam. Now, when it comes to One Piece, I think I've only seen like the first 2 or 3 seasons of One Piece. I have not watched every season of One Piece. That'll have to be one of those ones where I have to find me somebody who wants to watch it with me and like so literally sit down and fucking binge the shit out of it. And if I did that, I probably won't be streaming, and I probably won't be like streaming on the weekdays. I probably won't be streaming on the weekends. So I'd probably be too busy trying to binge it out. And I think the last I saw, there's at over, I think there's almost at least 700 episodes of One Piece. That's gonna take me quite a while. Even if I watch them like 4 hours a night, and then like all weekend straight for like 12 hours during the weekend or something. And that's if my wife allows me to. I'd be taking time away from her. Whew. And drink some water. As for Bleach, I haven't finished all the Bleach. I have not finished all the Bleach as well. I may have only seen like the first or second season of that one, maybe the third one as well. You can stalk me. I don't care. All right, so this one is Java 11. That's why it's a Java 4. This here was 2.1.3, and the jQuery was 2.1.1. This was not done IntelliJ. It was done in Eclipse because I didn't start using IntelliJ like pretty much last year. Till then, it was mainly Eclipse. The only reason why I started getting into IntelliJ is because when I was learning PHP through work, they were having me use Notepad start out to get used to it, you know. But I was like, oh, I'm gonna go ahead and try it on Eclipse because one of my boss, our chief, well, one of my ex bosses, who was our chief technical officer, who one of the guys who built the program itself too, where he had a heavy hand in it. He uses Eclipse, but then I saw that JetBrains had PHP Storm. Did you watch Go? Bring me some more context in that. What do you mean by Go? Are you talking about like GO as an acronym for something like a specific anime, or just Go? They play some board games with black and white stuff. Oh, you mean the game Go? Oh, I think I may have seen an anime that involved Go. I don't remember the name of it if it did, because I watch everything in a sub. Because I can't stand dub anime unless I've completed the sub series. So I know most of the animes by their Japanese name. I mean, I know a few of them by their like English names, but a lot of them I don't even remember. Like if I see a picture of it, oh hell yeah, I'll remember it. And yes, I do have my favorite waifus and all that shit too. Monkey is right. I am basically a weeb. But since I suck at memorizing shit, I don't even remember my own waifus half the time. I don't even remember any other damn names. The hero has a yellow, dark hair, and yeah, that sounded just like a whole bunch of them, man. An anime? This? Sounds like it might be this. I'm guessing it's this. If so, I don't know if I've seen that. Maybe I watched it when I was a kid. That one doesn't even sound familiar. Let me go look. If I watched it, it'd probably be under my anime list. Let me check real quick. Um, I see myself as not watching it. Wow, that's 75 episodes long. Holy shit. To be honest, that actually has my interest. Let's put this on plan to watch. Okay. Getting distracted by all this anime talk. I need to focus. Up here. I'll put a bunch of spaces so I can do some copy and pasting. It's 7:08. Wait. I think I did drop my wife off at work. Oh shit, hold on. I do have her car. I did drop my wife off at work today. Shit. Well, she hasn't messaged me yet, so I thought she drove. For some reason, I thought she drove to work today. Dude, it's like no kidding. This is how bad my memory is. Like short term memory, I barely remember shit. I mean, it's bad. I can't remember that if I take my own wife to work or not. She's probably okay. So my wife has probably been watching this stream thinking I'm a fucking idiot, going, "Oh my god, he forgot me again." She's still watching too. I'm kind of like double checking my messages on Facebook real quick, making sure she hasn't messaged me. Come get her. Yeah, I think I'm safe. See here. That's I'm gonna. So if my wife is just lurking in the background and not actually paying attention, we won't tell her I forgot about her. Okay, deal, guys. Deal. Yeah. Yeah. I am probably the number one. Oh, Sir Skull Edge calling me out in chat. He said he will get ice cream. Lucky for me, since I'm still unemployed, we're using her money so she can buy me ice cream for getting her. Oh god. Like, you're supposed to be my moderator, man. You're supposed to back me up here, not throw me under the bus. Now I feel like I got drove over and backwards too. This was done on Java 8. Um, Back when I was learning, so I have everything listed like this. All right, so I'm restarting this song. This is when I always got to turn up my songs about the Marine Corps. That song reminded me of those old cartoon shows I watched when I was a kid. Three Little Ninjas with Hulk Hogan. Oh, yeah, Three Little Ninjas is a movie. Let's see here. Oh my god, my nose is starting to itch more. Every time it comes up onto me. My cat Terry, anyways, I'm talking about here specifically. My nose will start to itch every once in a while. Even after she's long gone. You know an anime called Princess Sarah? Let's go find out. Probably not. I don't think I do, dude. The only one that kind of sounds familiar that's anything remotely princess something would be Princess Mononoke. That's if I'm even pronouncing that right. If it's on Netflix, probably not. Like 99.9% of the time, I'm gonna pull all my anime from Funimation or Crunchyroll. The only time I watch any anime on Netflix is if it's something I've already watched before and if the wife finds it interesting. Okay. I was posting that what is thy bidding achievement for hitting 50 followers on on Twitter as well. These at the same time because I'm pretty sure all three of these. Oh no no. How about 8? I don't even know what it was back. I have to look at 5. See, double line. So this. Oh. Line 3. I think if I remember correctly. And this one is for let's see here. Kakaguri anime. Is that one with the gambling? With like the crazy freaking high school kids and they're like so obsessed with gambling and shit. For that higher prestige in life. Yeah, I remember that name. That name. Oh, if I see that name, I pretty much think it's almost gonna be that one. Did you watch the live action version of it? There's a live action version. What version? Okay, so a spring framework for. I think in these ones, I'm talking about spring boot itself, not actual. I'll have to remember that so I can go back and correct them. I'm gonna go ahead and put both. Up. Sure. That was a group. Boop. I gotta keep checking my phone, make sure all those notifications, make sure none of them is my wife messaging me. Let me call her real quick. Nah, she'll text me. She'll text me. Hopefully. That's all. I don't know how I feel about stretching out all the way over here though. Maybe I should try and find a way to get these squished over here just a little tad bit. See, it looks good right here. Oh, does it look good? What's the current of the spring current version? That's what I gotta find. 5.3.15. Let's go up here to the top and scroll our way down, and we'll correct them as. Okay, 5.15. That makes a lot more sense. I was looking at the Spring Boot version, not the Spring. Because 5.3.13 is definitely a lot bigger. We have a snapshot for 6.0.0. That's pretty cool. Okay. If this is all right. Copy and paste. Any updates on the Wi-Fi? Yeah, it just no updates is good updates. Check your what's up. I'm not following what you're talking about, man. Oh, you mean WhatsApp, right? Nah, she just either texts my phone, calls my phone, or messages or calls me over Facebook. But she knows sometimes I keep it on silent and I don't hear it. So I've told her that when she's ready, if I don't hear her text me or see her text or whatever, to come on to chat and say, hey, forget about me, come pick me up. I kind of want to see if she'll actually do it. Message me in chat. Like if I ignore her for like 5 minutes on purpose, if she'll message me in chat. Now, if she's busy in the evening time, sometimes she'll work as late as like 9 o'clock. So who knows? Maybe I'll look out and I'll be on here for like another hour and 20 minutes. Is she still in the chat? I hear my Facebook going off. Pick me. Hey, look, see, there she is. Pick me. All right, Sven, I'm on my way. But you gotta wait a minute. All right. All right, chat. That's my wife telling me to go pick her up from work. The one who I thought she drove there for some reason today and completely forgot I actually dropped her off. So if I don't get back on later tonight, probably means because I'm grounded. But yeah, thanks for all the follows I got today. Thanks everybody in the chat who chatted throughout the time. Thanks for all the lurkers lurking in the background. We got a new achievement today for 50 followers. So the guys are pointing out to me that I'm up to 51 now. If so now I'll have my 50 followers, and I only need 0.09 concurrent views to hit that 3 concurrent view. So let's hope I get it. I'm pretty excited to see if I can get it or not. So thanks guys. I'll see everybody most likely tomorrow. Pieces.